Attention in the barn, Class 77, medium weight Black Cross. We need your steers moving to classification, please. Class 77, medium weight Black Cross. Be bringing your steers forward. Well, good morning, and welcome to the Friday of the Junior Steer Show, the culmination of a week of a lot of hard work, long hours, but there's youngsters here that are quite looking forward to later on this evening. Throughout the week, I have recognized superintendents and such, but this afternoon or this morning, I'd like to recognize a group of youngsters who have been here for a week, willing to do anything that has been asked of them. We call them our interns. We have Gentry Chisholm, who is a student at Texas Tech University, Ross Edwards from Texas A&M, Garrison Pionzik from A&M, Tage Schrader, also attending Texas A&M, and True Schrader. Let's give these youngsters a round of applause. They're a great job here working with us, always willing to do whatever they have been asked to do. This morning, we would like to ask young individuals here to post our colors. We have Mr. Jet Hale, Miami FFA. He's a senior at Miami High School carrying the U.S. flag. With the Texas flag, we have Jet James, Wise County 4-H. He's a freshman at White Wright High School. We'll now ask Cannon Clear, Madison County 4-H, is a junior at Madisonville High School, to give us our pledges.
Please stand for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, sir. And if you would, please remain standing. We'll ask Allie Thane. She's a sophomore at Lavernia High School. She's a member of the Guadalupe County 4-H to lead us in prayer.
Please bow your heads and join me in prayer. Dear Lord, we humbly come before you today, so thankful for the many blessings you bestow upon us each day. Today, we are especially thankful for the agriculture industry and all the people associated with it. We are thankful for organizations such as 4-H and FFA and the opportunities it provides all of us. Bless the volunteers at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, and may all of us exhibit their passion and desire to give back. Be with all of us in the ring today to allow this to be an incredible day of showing cattle. May we all be humble in victory or defeat, as we know the ultimate prize is in your hands. Be with those around the world and in our communities who keep us safe and free. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Allie. And now it's our pleasure this morning to have Miss Leah Latham, a sophomore at East Central FFA, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, thank you. And how about one big collective round of applause for all of these youngsters who joined us this morning to participate in our opening ceremonies. Once again, Class 77 Middleweight Black Crosses, we need your steers to classification, please. And our steer judge throughout the week has been Dr. Blake Bloomberg. He's a professor and lead livestock judging coach at Black Hawk College East Campus. Blake and his wife, Verena, have 4 children, a daughter, Brecken, twin boys, Brenham and Barrick, and a son named Bexton. Blake was raised in Barrick, Illinois on his family diversified livestock operation that consists of cattle, hogs, and row crops. He received his education at Black Hawk East Junior College, Texas A&M University, received his master's at Texas A&M University and his doctor's degree at Oklahoma State University. Dr. Bloomberg currently serves as the livestock judging coach at Black Hawk East in Galva, Illinois, and coached the 2022 Junior College Team of the Year. Let's welcome Dr. Blake Bloomberg to San Antonio. Assisting Dr. Bloomberg is Kendall Reitenstein from Kersey, Colorado. She attended Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State University, where she received her bachelor and master's degree. Her hobbies are cattle, livestock, spending time with the family and friends, and supplying the youth at livestock events. And we are beginning this morning with our lightweight class of Black Cross steers. There are 31 entries in this class. They range in weight from 1,000 to 1,235 pounds. There are 31 entries in this class, and we will be placing 7.
Well, good morning, everyone. A great way to get us started. And I know Blake and I are extremely excited for the day. And I'm pleased to let everyone know he did not go swimming last night, so we're all safe there. But in all seriousness, guys, this is a very good way to get us started off in the Black Crosses. Obviously, we pulled quite a few, and we thought there was a lot of quality and a lot of depth in this lightweight class. You know, a few of these here, young man, you got a steer that is big-topped and big-ended. Maybe just like to stouten them up at the ground and maybe balance them a little bit better in motion. We got a couple baldies here that are good from the side, very smooth behind their shoulder, maybe just need a little bit more shape. Young lady right here is maybe one of the cuter showmans we've had. She's doing a tremendous job. You know, that steer is awesome in terms of his handle. She's fed him very good. Just needs a little more shape, maybe a little more look, but that young lady has a bright future. As we work into some of these here, like I said, I think they handle very good for lightweight cattle behind their shoulder. They got some shape up high, just a little bit plainer made. This young lady's steer here has got some shape, got some look out of his hip, maybe just a little more uncoordinated in motion. Same could be said for this steer here. Big-bodied, big-ended, maybe just a little more unattractive in the way he sets out of his hip and his hind leg and his rear skeleton. Some cattle here that are good from the side profile in terms of length, smoothness of finish, smoothness out of their hip. They just need to be sound or structured or have a little more muscle going away. Great way to get us started off here, guys. Let's congratulate those kids on waking up early here in the first class.
Attention steer exhibitors, Black Cross, Class 78. If you would be moving your heavyweight steers to classification. Class 78, heavyweight, Black Cross. Be bringing your steers forward, please.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, a really nice class here to start off our day. And honestly, aside from this class winner, Blake and I had maybe a little more challenge of piecing things together, and that's nothing taken away from the cattle or the kids, just a lot of moving parts. However, this one that leads us off, honestly, his advantages all start at the ground. He's big-footed, he's sound-structured. More importantly, he works some shape in behind a stout forearm, a stout chest, into his upper loin. His hip is impressive as well, and yet he owns the balance advantage from the side. He's got a little more crest. He's maybe not the neatest ahead of his shoulder, but I still think everything matches in proportions exceptionally good from his shoulder out through his hip. Congratulations to that young lady. You know, this young man in second, this steer is just carcass oriented. He's big muscled. He's big hipped. He handles very, very accordingly. And behind his shoulder, his upper edge up front, and then all the way out through his hip. You know, in motion, you can see maybe gets a little rocked forward down his top line and into his shoulder, his hip and his hind leg maybe a little off, but I still think he's functional. He's got big muscle up high. He's big and stout out of his hip. And, you know, we thought he was fresher bodied than the one here in 3, and the way he turns out of the top of his spine. Like I said, a little more shoulder, not quite as comfortable or balanced as our class leader in motion, but nonetheless a good steer. This one here in 3 is smoother everywhere than the one in second. He's smoother in his transition from his shoulder into his body wall. He's sounder structured out of his hip and his hind leg. With that being said, though, a little straighter in the angle to his shoulder. We didn't read him to quite have as much muscle shape up high or expression of shape out through his hip, but he is big-footed and he is a little sounder structured. Still a good handling steer just in terms of smoothness of finish. Young lady, you've done a nice job. This one here in 4 is stout, and he is big-ended. He's big-topped. He's stout-armed. He's big-chested. With that, though, he's not quite as smooth in his handle. He's just a little barer in behind his shoulder, out over his last rib, and all the way out through his hip. But we do appreciate his muscle. He's still pretty functional and usable in terms of his hip and his hind leg. This one coming out next is awesome bodied. We think for a lightweight, the way his chest transitions into his forearm and his center body shape as well, back into his flank, he gives you an awful nice look from the profile. He's long-necked. He's pretty good down his top line. He's got some length and extension out of his hip. We found him to be a little frailer at the ground. In that last circle there, he's not quite as sound structured, a little straighter off either end. Love his body shape, love his extension and his look. Young man, you've done a great job. This one coming next is just a basic, fundamental, good kind of a steer. He's big-bodied, he's got some muscle, he still balances good from the side, a little staler at the handle in terms of skin and hair and just pop over his body shape and how he turns into his hip. But young lady, you've got a good steer that you fed out incredibly well, still sound pretty usable in terms of his skeleton and his body. This one that comes next, catching our last sale spot here, really neat looking, long-necked, long-bodied, good down his top line, got a fresh back shape in him. He just needs to be sounder moving, a little straighter up front, a little straighter out of his hock. Young man here, really stout and powerful steer, probably the biggest ended, biggest top steer that we have in this particular class. The reason he skips out just a little is because he's too straight out of his hock, a little bolder and coarser about his shoulder, but man, do we sure appreciate that muscle shape, especially out of his hip. This steer here, very smooth, and he's smoother than the steer we just talked about, perhaps a little bit sounder structured, just a little coarser made everywhere. So we work on through, again, a good class of these first black crosses. We got some steers that have some muscle shape, and that's what drew them in on the initial pull. Maybe a little coarser in terms of their joint work, maybe not quite as sound structured as Blake and I like. Great way to start us off. Let's congratulate those kids.
And in Class 76, the lightweight class of Black Crosses, first place went to Adeline Brunikowski, Franklin FFA. Second place, shown by Luke Kelly, Medina County 4-H. Third place, exhibited by Faith Cherney, El Campo FFA. Fourth place, shown by Kennedy Lorenzen, Johnson City FFA. Fifth place, exhibited by Hunter Voigt, Williamson County 4-H. Sixth place, shown by Tara Pounds, King County 4-H. And seventh place, shown by Presley Ivy, Guadalupe County 4-H.
really a nice class of middleweight black crosses here. And again, a lot of good cattle that we're circling out. We kept quite a few. These first couple here, good kind of steers, just need to either be stouter or a little bit sounder. We work back into maybe just more extended cattle that give us honestly a very nice look of balance. The kids have worked great at home in terms of skin and hair. Handle quality is pretty good. For Blake and I, they just need to be sounder structured, maybe a little more relaxed in terms of hip and hind leg. We got a really nicely finished steer here. The young man's done a great job of feeding that steer. Just needs to match it with more muscle and some more skeletal quality. We got a really good looking steer here that gives Blake and I a real good look of extension ahead of his shoulder, out through his hip. He's pretty stout and big boned as well. Maybe a little coarser in terms of his rear hock, a little coarser in terms of his shoulder, in terms of his skeleton. This one here, real good in terms of finish. Again, the young lady's done a great job of feeding that steer. Just needs to be sounder. We close here with two young men that have done a great job of getting their cattle here, presented very nicely. Again, just need to give us a little more balanced look. Another great job by all these kids. Let's give them one big round of applause.
Steer exhibitors, Black Cross, Class 78. We're missing 2 steers for classification. Class 78, Black Cross, heavyweight steers. We're needing steer number 364899 and steer 367634. We need your steers brought forward to classification, please. Steer exhibitors, class 78, heavyweight black crosses. We are needing steer number 364899 and steer 367634. Bring your steers forward for classification. Once again, class 78, heavyweight black cross. We're looking for steer 364899 and steer 367634. Please bring those steers forward for classification.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Get into these middleweight black crosses here, and I think a good class down the line here with some depth and some quality all the way through. And for Kendall and I, these three come to the top, and there's things you can tussle back and forth on these three. And if you want to say yours is better there or this one's better there, I could see all those things. At the end of the day, the one that to me you had to make the most excuses for is the calf that starts off the class because of his look and his balance and his eye appeal, his structural correctness. Again, to me, muscles awash on these three. When you get your hands on him, this calf is fresh to the touch. He's good over his final ribs. He's got the best construction of his hind leg as compared to the steer in third, and he's better in his top line when you compare him to the steer in second. You get a hold of these, he's one that's really good in terms of his uniformity of handle. Get off to him from the side. He's got enough balance and enough symmetry there. He's the one that we chose to start to lead the class off with. Steer in second, again, a very cocky, arrogant headed kind of a steer. His ears get pointed up there and slick forward, and he can give you a good look. I like the calf's shape. I like his muscularity, and he's fresh when you get your hands on him as well. He wants to just bubble up in his top a little bit. He's probably just a little rounder built off both ends as compared to the steer that ends up winning our class. But again, another fresh handling, good looking steer that's got some attractiveness up through his front end. Give this steer a different rear leg, and I think the class becomes totally different. I'm drawn to his body type, and I'm drawn to his kind extremely well. You know, he does have a little more neck maybe than those other two steers, but, you know, if you've watched us for a couple days, that really is not a big, huge issue for me. Where I got to reel him in is from behind. He's just right on the edge there. As you watch him go away from you, you fix that, and then again, I think the calf can move up. You could justify starting him if you say his body's the best and you like that about him, and I do. But we've tried to stay committed to structure where we could over the last couple of days, and for me, his hind leg is just where you got to nitpick on the calf. She does a great job getting him presented. He's not real easy to show. She does a really good job. That's a good calf. And again, you could tussle those top three back and forth as much as you want. Three good steers there. The calf in fourth here, I like his flexibility. He gets the longer out here, a little saggier in his top line. We need to man him up from a muscle standpoint in relation to our top three cattle. But I like his look and I like his balance. He just runs out of horsepower in relation to those steers on up the line. This calf gives you a nice look. It's when you get on top of him and you handle him. He's a little flatter at the top of his shoulder, a little flatter over the edge of his loin. Just runs out of feature as you get up underneath of him. This calf, again, a little different structural base, and I think he can get up a little bit in the class. He's a little knobby down at the ground, and the way that he grabs the surface, he gets a little coarser there in his hock. The calf's got some cutability, though. I like his muscularity. He just doesn't piece together quite as well from the profile and when you set him in motion. The black and white steer that comes out next, again, you like him propped up from the side. I'm a little more disappointed in him when I get on top of him as well, in terms of just true terminal merit in that particular calf. We got to blow him apart as you get him behind him down at the ground and in through his width of chest. Still some good cattle as we get on here down the line. A real practical, big-bodied steer here that just needs to be a little sharper in terms of his look. A calf that just needs a shot more muscle here to counter his extra finish. A good quality steer here that just ran out of horsepower, but I like his flexibility off both ends. Probably needs just a little different head. Then we get on down the line here. Still some good cattle, very fundamentally correct. Just maybe don't have some of the extras of some cattle on up the line. Let's give those middleweight black cross exhibitors a good round of applause. Excellent class.
Attention in the barn. We have two vehicles that need to be moved. They are parked in the purple lot. They need to be moved to the gold lot. We have a yellow Dodge 3500, license plate CRC 8153. And we have a white Ram 350. License number WGV0904. Again, these two need to be moved to the gold lots. Once again, attention in the barn. 2 more vehicles that are in a purple lot that need to be moved. We have a vehicle with a yellow sticker that is 09247, license plate number MME6579, and a black Kia, license number MTP7754. You need to move it from the purple lot to the gold lot. Steer exhibitors, other crosses, class 81, be moving to the classification area, please. Class 81, lightweight other crosses, be bringing your steers forward, please. And in class 77, the middleweight black crosses. First place went to Tegan Rust, Kendall County 4-H. Second place, exhibited by Charlie Tusa, Stamford FFA. Third place exhibitor was Laney Campbell, Johnson County 4-H. Fourth place steer was shown by Kennedy Powell of Erath County 4-H. Fifth place shown by Brighton Muir of West FFA. Sixth place exhibitor was Landon Wampler, Randall County 4-H. And seventh place shown by Taos Durheim of Belleville FFA.
really a good final class of these black crosses. And as Blake and I were talking and handling and talking to the kids around the ring here, a very good class of just good handling, good bodied cattle, skin, hair, hide, all things that are very, very good. And you can tell these kids put in the time, put in the effort at home to get them in this last class of black crosses. You know, the steer right in front of us here, a big bodied steer that handles incredibly good in behind his shoulder, over his last rib, just a little awkward stepping out of his hip and his hind leg. We could maybe stouten him up there just a nickel, but a very, very nice steer. This one here, very smooth as well. From outside looking in, he's got a good hip and hind leg working in him. A little plainer at the base of his shoulder, a little plainer from the side. Same could be said for this one. Big bodied, stout and punchy kind of a steer that just isn't quite sound enough. These here are very smooth handling cattle that are good down their top line, really good from the outside looking in, just in terms of balance, line, symmetry, lower body design is there as well. They just need to hit us maybe a little fresher in this tough class here about their head shape or maybe the base of their shoulder and the way they handle down their top line. We work back here. We got another really nice looking steer here the young lady has that's big bone, big footed, big limbed, just needs to be fresher at the base of his body, base of his shape up high. We end here with two really nice steers. These both have some back shape, especially this one walking here. Very fresh, very youthful up front in terms of shape. Just needs to hit us a little sounder structure. This is going to be a fun class to work through. Again, these kids have worked extremely hard. Let's congratulate them.
Steer exhibitors in the other cross, class 81, we are missing steer 367142. Again, class 81, lightweight class, other crosses, we are needing steer 367142 to move up toward the classification area. Once again, steer exhibitors, class 81, lightweight class, other crosses. We're also missing steer 367309. You need to bring your steer forward toward the classification area. Again, steer 367309. We need your steer brought forward.
Very, very good class of heavyweight black crosses here. And again, you get down into the nuts and bolts of the class, and there's differences between these cattle that you got to work through and decipher on what it is that you want to do. The steer that's most like what we've been trying to do here for 3 days is the calf that leads off the class. From a body standpoint, he's got some freshness when you get your hands on him to the touch. He's a shorter back calf that I think proportions very well as you study him from the profile. I like his athleticism as you ask him to get out and go. You know, again, he's not probably as whippy up through his front end as a couple of the steers that come behind him. I could square him up just a nickel on his back feet. But he's flexible. He's got a good hind leg construction. He's really good in terms of his uniformity from chest to forerib back into his flank. And then when you grab a hold of the cattle, he's got some hydration, some touch, and some tone to him. A good steer there to lead off the class. Calf in second is really extended from the profile. Monstrous in terms of his hip shape, his pin width up over his top. Really is a lot of spread and dimension of this particular steer. He's a little squarer on his back feet than the calf that wins the class. For Kendall and I, when you watch this calf get out and go, I love his flexibility. He's probably not as aesthetic in his hind leg just from a look standpoint because he does have so much set to it. But when she gets him put together and he gets his head up like that, the calf pulls himself together really good. That's a good pair of steers there. At the end of the day, I didn't think he was quite as proportional, quite as balanced as our steer that ends up winning the class. But again, if you like him a little more extended, you like a little more length from the profile, then this calf might be your preference. Honestly, you give this calf muscle, and I think it changes the whole complexion of the class because Kendall and I are really drawn to him just in terms of his body and his structure, his stoutness at the ground in terms of his foot quality, and the calf has really good flexibility. Get on top of him. He's of the initial three. He's the one that closes up the most, especially right in behind his shoulder. When you get your hands on him, he doesn't grab with that turn and expression over his loin that we find in our top pair. But I like the steer a whole bunch in terms of being fundamentally correct, one that's really good at the ground, just needs a little more power to play with that top pair. But that's a good calf there to land in third. 45 days ago, I don't think this one might have got beat. He's just getting a little too stale up and through his head and down and through his chest floor, and it throws him off from a balance standpoint. I'm fairly confident that's the stoutest hind leg that we've had come through the ring today, and he still moves well. Father Time's just catching up to him too much up and through his front end. You know, he's just a little chesty. He's a little coarse. That thing is fat-legged, and he can move like I like him to move, and he has got a whomp and rear end in him. He just doesn't have enough freshness. He's too stale up and through his front end, but that's a very intriguing calf, in my opinion. You know, I'm kind of a breeding cattle guy at heart, and his hind leg really intrigues me to be that stout. He looks like a real good show bearer there as he walks off of his hind leg. That's a good calf. He's just a little too stale. I like this calf. You got to love his presence. You got to love his balance. Man, he'll draw you in from the side. I just wish there was more stoutness in that calf as you take him into his rear leg and just in his total body cavity. Biggest thing for Kendall and I is when you watch him go away from you, we just got to rework his hind leg, square him up on his feet. Hey, I can live with a little less muscle and stoutness if they can move, but he gets a little trouble behind for me, and we don't have enough stoutness, so it kind of works to his disadvantage and undoing here in this class, but that's still a very good steer. This calf's very carcass focused. He's muscular. He's got some shape up high. We just run out of feature, and we're just a little staler in terms of our appearance in relation to some of the other steers we got in this class. But she battled hard in a very competitive group here. I assume we might have had a classification here on this calf. I don't know that, but I love his flexibility. I didn't initially pull him because I wasn't sure he was built good enough behind his shoulder. But then as you start building him against the rest of the steers, he gets our final stale spot because of his flexibility, because of his freshness. I like his immature look that he has. Just a real solid kind of a steer there, young lady. Good job. Way to keep battling all the way through. This young man just misses out. He's got a good steer, really boxy in terms of his build, like his rib, I like his volume. He just ends up being a little crestier in his neck. We just need to change him a little bit off of his front end. This young man told me he wanted to be a middleweight, and again, he kind of looks like that. As you get him out here, he's a little emptier middled, just gets outmassed and outpowered by these other steers, but he did a real good job. He's a professional showman. He's really nice to visit and with, and he looks sharp out here. He did a very, very good job. Nice calf here, very extended, has got some cutability. Just just run out of the extra look up through his front end and just kind of ran out of horsepower. Then the calf that closes, the big-bodied, practical kind of a steer. From that standpoint, just need to pry him open off either end of his framework. Good set of steers here as we dive into our Black Cross champion.
In the championship drive in the Black Cross, in the lightweight class, first place was shown by Adeline Bronikowski, Franklin FFA. Medium weight, first place, Tegan Rust, Kendall County 4-H. And in the heavyweights, first place shown by Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. In the lightweights, second place steer was shown by Luke Kelly, Medina County 4-H. Medium weight, second place steer, exhibited by Charlie Tusa, Stanford FFA. And in the heavyweights, second place steer, exhibited by Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H.
Well, a really good way to start the day off here in these Black Cross steers. And again, these kids have done a tremendous job. These class winners are really good. This class one, just solid cattle. I think he's sound structured. He's big footed. He won that class. Blake and I thought relatively easy. He's big bodied, pretty good hipped. You know, throw him into the mix. Maybe doesn't have some of the extras as some cattle behind him. He's maybe just a little plainer ahead of his shoulder. But that young lady has done a great job of feeding him because he handles good for a lightweight. He's really good from his shoulder back. The middleweight champion here is big-footed, and we love him in motion. He's probably as sound and just as sure-footed as anything out here. He gives you an awful good look from the side. He's smooth. He's fresh-hided. He draws out of the top of his spine with some shape and just some turn to his center body. You know, from the rear view and really the three-quarter view as well, I wish he had just a little more pop, a little more turn in through his twist and his crotch and on the outside of his stifle. But again, I think I'm being pretty critical. That's a very nice steer, young lady. You've done an incredible job with him. He's big-footed, sound structured, awfully fresh. This one that came out of the heavy class, I think. Again, if you get in front of him and get in behind him, he is big-chested, he's stout-armed, he's still fresh about his head and his neck and how it ties in. I think of that class, Blake nailed it. He's really good in behind his shoulder and how he grabs. He's big-loined, he's big-hipped. And for how stout he is, we still think he handles his hip and hind leg pretty good. You know, these seconds out here, as Blake discussed, I think they're very good. Very good job by these kids. Maybe some minute differences and details that we discussed in individual classes. Again, great breed lineup here. We'll talk one more time and get you a champion reserve. Let's go ahead and congratulate all these kids on their hard work.
And the champion Black Cross 2026, Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. We now move in the second place steer of the heavyweights. And reserve champion shown by Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H. And in the heavyweight Black Cross class, first place again was shown by Tucker Wells of Guadalupe County 4-H. Second place, exhibited by Addison Poe, Erath County 4-H. Third place, shown by Copper Popelka, Hockley County 4-H. Fourth place exhibitor was Lakin Boxwell, Ochiltree County 4-H. Fifth place steer shown by Jacob Chickadans of Perryton FFA, and sixth place exhibited by Jenley Woodley, Tahoka FFA, and seventh place shown by Kendall McMullum, Poth FFA. A few reminders to the barns. Breed champions and reserve champions will stay here in the barn. You will just return to your original stall. All other first place steers, after you get pictures taken, must be taken to the TLMA pens across the way. Be sure and advise them that you are bringing them a first place steer. And for all champion and reserve champions, I will remind you that first call for way back will be at 4:20 this afternoon. Once again, champions and reserves will stay here in the barn. First places will be taken across to TLMA and advised that they are first place steers. All other placing steers must be taken to the TLMA pens, and you should have those steers over there 30 minutes after the end of your division.
Well, a great way to get us started off here in the AOCs, and I'll be honest, I think as Blake and I work through these, a lot of different shapes, sizes, and colors, and just variety of cattle, and yet I think the kids have done a great job with just skin, hair, hide, getting them here, getting them shown. This one right here, a big boned, pretty good footed kind of steer that just is maybe lacking some body shape and some muscle up high. We work into a few here. That one's really big topped and aggressive in terms of his hand. Just needs to hit us more practical in terms of his hip and his hind leg structure. Young man here has got one that's maybe a little bit of a handful, but you know what? He's stuck with him. He, too, is really aggressive up high. He's expressive into his loin edge. Maybe he needs to hit us just a little more practical about his center heart, full rib, back to flank. These cattle here, this one is very practical. That young lady's done a great job of feeding that steer. A little rounder out of his hip. Young man here at the red steer, real practical, real good body, good hind leg. Just a little plainer about his head, neck, and chest. We get into some steers here. This one's smooth handling. Really good up high and back over his last rib, just a little plainer in terms of his muscle design and his muscle shape. Young lady here is doing a tremendous job with this steer. He's just a little raw in terms of his center body. These pair cattle here are a little longer bodied steers that give us a nice look of balance down their top and out of their hip. Again, they just need more body shape, need a little more practicality here in Class 1. Great job by all these kids. Let's congratulate them as we work through the top end.
Steer exhibitors for Class 82 AOC, we're needing 3 steers. We're looking for steer number 299733, steer 362119, and steers 365005. Once again, Class 82 AOCs looking for 3 steers. Steer number 299733, steer 362119, and steer 365005. We need those steers brought forward, please. Steer exhibitors, class 82, other crosses, we are needing steer 365005 to come forward toward classification area. Once again, class 82, steer number 365005. Bring your steer forward immediately.
Really a nice first class here. And Blake and I are in total agreement on how we kind of line these top 4 or 5 out. You know, our class leader, we thought he combined the most totals, just in terms of fresh muscle shape for a lightweight in behind his shoulder. Really impressive down and through his quarter and his stifle. And yet from the outside, I guess compared to the 1 and 2, he's neater in the base of his chest. He's neater in the base of his shoulder. He's neat and proud about his posture up front, and his lower body line matches. You know, in a perfect world, we could maybe make him just a little more relaxed in the angle to his shoulder and the set to his hock. But young lady, you've done a tremendous job with this steer. Congratulations. This one here in 2 is big muscled, and I think that's what works him up. Really fresh and the back of a stout forearm, a wide chest. He's aggressive into his loin, big and impressive from the rear view, and you know, still manages his hind leg pretty good. From the outside, you could see he's got maybe just a dab of chest, and it throws off his lower body line balance. Maybe that's what gets him beat today, but young lady, you've done a great job again. He's a big-footed, big-ended kind of a steer that has plenty of shape. This 1 and 3 is very sound, and we probably like his build as good as anything in terms of the set to his shoulder, slope to his knee, length out of his hip, and the way he drives off his hind leg. He's a good bodied steer as well that gives you a pretty nice look. We just have to have more muscle in this steer. He's a little narrow in behind his shoulder, a little flatter into the base of his quarter and stifle. Love his build, love his body shape. Very practical for a class 1. This one here in 4, really shoulders back is probably good as anything, just in terms of the turn and the shape he has out of the top of his spine into his body wall. He's still big and powerful out of his hip and his hind leg. It's from shoulders forward is where he's a little plainer headed, a little crestier necked, a little deeper chested. But I think, young lady, you've done a great job with that steer from shoulders back in terms of just power and fundamentals. Young man steer here, very good in terms of shape. He's very expressive over the top side of his skeleton, out through his hip, and his hind leg is good. You know, in motion, he's got a little more shoulder, a little straighter in terms of his hock and his pastern placement there. Big bodied, long neck steer that's very stout, very powerful, just needs to be sounder structured. Black steer here is really big-bodied, really boxy in terms of his kind. He's got shape up high, shape out of his hip, just a little smaller steer. He's a little rounder and coarser in his shoulder, a little rounder out of his hip as well. But I think the basics are certainly there, and that's what Blake and I liked, just body shape and muscle, just too round off of both ends. A longer-bodied steer that comes out next, that's really long-necked, really neat-looking from the side, just gets a little off in terms of his top line, not quite as comfortable in motion, but certainly at the standstill gives you a nice look. Orange steer there, big muscled, big and stout out of his hip, just a little more concave in terms of his body. We close with 2 nice steers that are pretty smooth patterned, good balance kind of cattle, but maybe just don't have quite as much fresh shape as these others. Really a nice class here. Let's congratulate all those kids.
And the results of Class 81. Other crosses, first place was exhibited by Caroline Vincent, Lavernia FFA. Second place shown by Steely Gotcher, Taylor County 4-H. Third place shown by Case Morrison, Lavernia FFA. Fourth place steer was exhibited by Avery Pritt, Weatherford FFA. Fifth place went to Alexander Jonah, Navarro FFA. Sixth place exhibited by Luke Morowitz, Falls City FFA. And seventh place shown by Casey Clark, St. Joe FFA. Last call, Class 82. We're needing steer number 365005. Bring your steer forward immediately. Again, Class 82. We're looking for steer 365005.
Another great job by all these kids here in the second class AOCs. And much like the first one, I think there's a lot of different kinds and flavors out here, and yet good cattle. I think this first couple there, they handle incredibly good. And I commend those kids, both Blake and I do, because they fed them to an endpoint here of what they've targeted. And I think they handle very nicely. You know, just maybe slack a little bit in terms of muscle shape up high or out of their hip. You know, this white steer here, very good down his top line. He's big backed, he's big ended. He just needs to be a little sounder structured for us. Young man here is doing a great job. That steer's got big feet, big limbs, big hipped, maybe just a little more raw in terms of his degree of finish, a little more raw in terms of his body shape. Young lady here has a really nice steer that's big bodied, you know, pretty useful hip and hind leg, maybe not quite as neat ahead of his shoulder in terms of his look. These two here, very good bodied cattle in terms of length and extension, long out of their hip, just need more muscle shape, more look and design from the side. We get into a couple here. This one here, very good bodied, kind of a good hip and hind leg in that steer, just doesn't have enough meat animal shape when you get on top of him. Study him out of his hip. Young lady here does a great job showing that orange steer, big bodied, handles pretty aggressively up high, just needs a better hip and hind leg as we ask him to circle here. We close here. These kids, again, great job by all of them. They're long bodied, they're smooth, they're pretty good finished cattle that just need more muscle shape down into their hip and stifle. Let's congratulate all those kids. They keep bringing really nice cattle to us.
Attention steer exhibitors, Class 83 of AOC. We're looking for steer 361870. Again, Class 83, AOCs. We need steer 361870 to be brought forward, please. Exhibitors, Class 84. AOCs, Class 84, be moving toward classification area, please.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Really a nice second class here, and I think a nice pair of top cattle, a little different maybe in type and kind. And as Blake and I discussed, I think if you study these things at the ground, our class leader is a little bit better in his foot size and shape, and he gets out and motor's good. Right there at the standstill, he gives you a nice look of balance. He's got a little more sheath, but I still think his chest in relation to his forerib, his heart back into his flank. Of the top pair, he actually handles a little bit fresher over the top side of his skeleton. He drops down awesome in terms of his upper cage into his lower body wall and out through his hip. Now, he is a little more rocked forward in the angle to his shoulder and the set to his knee. That's maybe where we'd like to change him. I think shoulders back, though, there's a world of good in that particular steer as we work through these lighter weights. This 1 and 2 is no slouch, and honestly, he's as opened up and as wide as maybe you could ask one to be in terms of chest floor. Really big in terms of his upper hip, his lower quarter and stifle. He's a big back steer that still is long from the side. He's long ahead of his blade. He's long out of his hip. He's carrying a little more shoulder. He's maybe got a little more width up front. We didn't like quite as good in the way he takes to the ground there. We'd like to just stouten his foot size and his foot shape up, but still a very nice steer, young man. You've done a great job with him. He's fresh-bodied, big-hipped, and good from the side. This 1 and 3 is our favorite in terms of balance and side profile. Young lady gets all she can out of this steer. He's long-necked, he's up-headed, he's tall-fronted, big-bodied, and sweeps back into a long and square pin set all the way to the ground. With that, though, it's when you get right in behind him is where he's just got to have a little more muscle shape and behind his shoulder and driving away from you from upper pin set, hawk to ground. But From the side, he's as good as any of them in terms of lower body balance, in terms of look and style down his top line. Young man here at the white steer worked his way up on the pole, and he did a great job. That's a big back steer. We missed him, and you know, he's big out of his hip. He handles accordingly. He's big in terms of his limbs and his paws underneath of him. Right here, he's a little more just raw and maybe not quite as fresh in terms of his handle, in terms of his body shape and his lower body line. But young man, you did a great job. He's fresh-backed, big-hipped, big-limbed, just needs to be a little fresher-bodied. Red steer here, very smooth. He's smooth at the handle. He's big-backed, really big out of the back of his shoulder. He's just a carcass and fundamentally driven kind of a steer. You know, out here, he's a little plainer about his head. Plainer in motion of the way he lower body balances up out of his hip and his hind leg, but he is very smooth to the touch. Great skin and hair hide quality on that particular steer. This one here, awesome from the side profile. He's long hipped, long necked, good body from chest to flank. Just needs more muscle shape up high and out of his hip. Real stout and powerful kind of a steer here that's awesome in terms of his handle quality. That young lady's done a great job of getting that calf 12 o'clock. Just needs to get out and go quite a bit sounder for Blake and I, but still a good steer. This one here, big back, big ended in terms of muscle shape, just needs to be a little softer made. Young man, you've done a great job. So we round out these bottom three here, real nice cattle, and they got the pull because they're good. They're from the side, they're long, smooth shouldered, pretty good out of their hip. Maybe just need a little more turn up top, a little more turn out of their hip. Let's go ahead and give those kids a big round of applause. They did class 2.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
We'll now move to Class 83 of the AOCs. This class has 39 entries. Weight range is 1124 to 1214. And once again, placing 7. A reminder to the barn, the champion and reserve champion steers will stay here in the barn. You could also just return to your original stalls and remain there until you are called at 4:20 for first call for way back. First place steers, once you have had your picture taken, you need to take your steer across the way to the TLMA pens. Be sure and advise them that you are bringing a first place steer. All other placing steers must be taken across to the TLMA pens within 30 minutes after your breed has completed showing. Be sure and take your disposition card with you. And if you should have a non-placing steer that you would like to sell, you can also take it to the TLMA pens. The floor price is $245.50. And again, be sure and take your disposition card along with you. And in Class 82 of the AOCs, first place was shown by Cole Young, Kendall County 4-H. Second place, exhibited by Jackson Brooks, Midland County 4-H. Third place, shown by Hayden Wallace, Hill County 4-H. Fourth place, shown by Braxton Gilbert, Leonard FFA. Fifth place, steer exhibited by Leah Kosip, Corn City FFA. Sixth place, shown by Chris Moore, Fredericksburg FFA. And seventh place, exhibited by Lauren Catching, Howe FFA. We have had a black Android phone brought up here to the announcer stand, so if you're missing an Android phone, we probably have it here.
We got a really nice third class here, and I believe they said this is the biggest class that we'll have today. So congratulations to these kids as we work through them. I think this is a tough class to kind of maneuver a lot of different kinds of cattle here. You know, these first couple are great from the side, good top line kind of steers. Young lady here does a great job of showing that one. They just need to be a little bit softer made in terms of body shape, in terms of their skeleton. You know, young man here has a steer that's big and aggressive up high, big hip kind of a steer, a little coarser about his joint work, just needs to be a little sounder structured. Young lady there has got one that's big-footed, big-boned, just needs to motor around just a little bit better. Same could be said for a couple of these that follow right behind. Good kind of steers that give you a nice balanced look from the side profile. Just needs to be a little bit sounder structured. Orange steer here and gray baldy, very good from the profile. They're actually really smooth handling cattle. They just need to be stouter and bigger bone. They need to be stouter out of their upper and lower hip as well. But nice presented cattle. They've obviously worked very hard at home to get these steers here. A good white steer here that's pretty big chested, pretty big forearmed, and big up high and out of his hip. A little straighter up front and more rigid out of his hock, but certainly like his muscle. Really nicely shown steers here that circle that are really fresh hided, fresh skinned, and fresh presented. Again, just need to be a little sounder moving for Blake and I as we watch their skeleton in motion and going away. A good steer here that rounds a really good bodied steer that handles extremely good in behind his shoulder. Honestly, Blake and I were really on the fence with him because from his loin forward, he's a really good steer. It's when you get from his loin back is where he just wants to duck his hip, maybe get just a little more on attractive in the rear step, but a very high quality steer here in a tough class. Here as we get out and circle these steers here, good looking steers, highly presented, really neat down the top side of their skeleton. They're big hipped. Again, they just got to be sounder moving as you watch them come and go. Another great class here. Let's go ahead and congratulate all those kids on their hard work.
Steer exhibitors, class 84 of AOC. We need your steers brought to classification area. Class 84, your steers need to be moving forward immediately. Attention in the barn, Class 84 AOC. We're missing 3 steers. We are looking for steer 360245, steer 360614, and steer 363666. Once again, Class 84 needing 3 steers brought forward. Steer 360245, steer 360614, and steer 363666. Bring them forward immediately.
kind of a mixed bag of tricks here in this class. And again, you could decide what you want to do depending on where you want to set some parameters and some priorities. But the Brockle face steer that ends up winning our class for Kendall and I, just again, as you melt them down, he's got a couple things you could knock a hole in him about, but from the side, he's really well balanced. He's got a very good look to him. He's a calf that when you get your hands on him, he's got some turn and some shape up high. He's a calf that just to us put the most good together as you study from the profile, along with cattle that have enough muscle. I'd like to loosen him up just a shade off of his rear leg. I'd like to see him set down in his pastern maybe a little better than what he does. I like the set of his front feet. I like the set of his knee a little bit better than our steer that comes in second, and I think he's a little fresher up through his front end as well. So again, he's got a couple things to knock a hole in him about, but he becomes the problem-free one for us in here with still some look and some freshness. We like the yellow calf. We like his body. We like his capacity. Another muscular steer that handles fresh to the touch. Need to change his knee and the way he sets down on his front feet for me. Just change him in his shoulder angle just a little bit. I like his body. I like his utility. He's got some muscularity to him as well. Good calf there. We just got a little picky there on his front end. The best handling steer is the steer in third. When you get your hands on him, up, down his top, he's fresh to the touch. The calf's so good over his ribs, and he's so good in terms of his top line. How you gonna deny this little girl here, man? She's got the eye of the tiger, too. Like Kendall said, she's just staring us down. Hey, I like that. I'm intense, too. The calf just needs a little body. He just looks like he needs to take a big drink of water for us. But, you know, he handles really good. He's just a little emptier, middled kind of a steer. I'd like to give him a little more chest width when I get right in front of him. But I like the calf. Again, very, very good handling steer. The yellow and white paint here that comes out next, a good bodied, another one that's fresh to the touch. Need to rework his hind leg a little bit. He gets just a little off and uncoordinated in the way he handles his hind leg. But the calf's got a good turn to his rib. He's got a nice shape up high as well, and another very fresh kind of a calf as you look at him from the side. Here's a big muscular steer here that's very powerful. Again, you want to rear cut him. He's one that's going to be up just a little bit. We thought of his structure was his limiting factor. When we took him on that last turn there, he just got too tight and tentative in the way that he grabs the ground. But a high cutability kind of a steer that's got some shape, some spread, and dimension to him. Calf that comes out next, again, we like his look. And if you turn it into a standing still contest, this calf has the presence and the balance that you look for. Set him in motion, he gets a little tighter up both ends, and with that, doesn't have quite the spread and the substance that some of the other steers in the class do. Young lady in the green shirt comes out with a real practical bodied steer, one that's real mellow to the touch. He's a little rounder up in through his shoulder, a little coarser in his makeup, just a little less presence to him from the profile. The black and white steer is one that we liked initially. Longer he's out here, he just gets a little piecey and chesty on us. He probably wasn't quite as fresh as what we had hoped for when we got our hands on him, but still useful kind of a steer. Love the color pattern of this next steer. Got a nice look from the side. Need to blow him apart off both ends of his skeleton. Another good colored steer to come out next. It catches your attention. Need to rework him structurally. Nice solid calf here that just doesn't have some of the extra bells and whistles. And a nice yellow steer to close out that's mellow bodied, soft in terms of his handle, in terms of his finish. A little plainer from the profile. We're starting to show just a bit more maturity up through our front end.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
And the results of Class 83 of AOC, first place was shown by Hubbard Kinsey of Coryell County 4-H. Second place, shown by Gianna Hivner of Agriculture, Science, and Tech. Third place, exhibited by Harper McMurphy, Randall County 4-H. Fourth place, shown by Campbell Real, Crum FFA. Fifth place, shown by Briley Turner, Travis County 4-H. Sixth place, shown by Kelsey Tovar, Dripping Springs FFA. Seventh place, exhibited by Addison Wiley, Marion FFA.
Another really, really nice class as we keep working up in these weights. Kids are doing a tremendous job. And as a whole, in this particular class, we had to be maybe a little more critical. I think these cattle are very nicely finished. They're very smooth over their last rib. I think it's a matter of maybe some structural differences or maybe just not having quite enough to them to compete. But again, these kids have done a great job. Young lady right there does a great job with that gray steer. Awesome down his top, got some muscle. Maybe lacks just a little bit down low as he funnels to his base. A big-bodied, really a pair of big-bodied gold and white calves there that are pretty big in terms of muscle shape up high and out of their hip. Maybe just not quite sound enough as they turn and go. Really a nice orange steer here the young man has that at the standstill Blake and I like a lot of things about in terms of his handle quality. Very correct from that aspect. Just needs more hip, needs more pin width going away from you, but certainly a good doing, easy feeding kind of a steer. We got a pair of white steers here that are really big in terms of their shape, their muscle. They're big-legged, big-footed kind of cattle that just don't have enough down low in terms of base width and skeletal dimension. Really nice cattle in through here that handle awesome all the way back. Again, kids, great job on getting these things here and fed right. They just need more pizzazz. They need a little more balance and eye appeal from the side. Really a nice kind of short-horn mark steer here the young lady's got. Very sound structured. Awesome off of both ends of his skeleton. Needs a little more bone work, needs a little more punch and power when you get in behind him. Again, great job by all of these kids. This young lady did a great job. She's got a really long, extended steer that needs to be just a little heavier in terms of his degree of finish. Let's go ahead and congratulate all those kids. This is going to be a fun class to work through.
In Class 85 AOC, we're missing 4 steers. Steer number 361944, steer 363018, steer 367067, and steer 367447. Once again, 4 steers missing for Class 85 AOC. Steer number 361944, steer 363018, steer 367067, and steer 367447. We need those 4 steers brought forward ASAP. Steer exhibitors, AOCs, Class 85, we are looking for steer 367447. Once again, Class 85, AOCs, we are looking for steer 367447. You need to bring your steer forward immediately.
This is a really nice class, and really this top end, we put together rather a routine, actually, between Blake and I. And this one we land on, I thought, hit us both very hard. This orange steer is beautiful from the side. His balance up high is good, and yet his balance down low is good. His chest, his forerib in relation to his flank, he handles the freshest and the smoothest in terms of muscle shape and finish over his last rib. Of these top 5 or 6 here, he's still sound enough, structured. Just a really nice place to start. And I know he's maybe got a little more attitude, but the young lady has done a great job with him. Like I said, I think he owns the balance advantage. He owns the freshness advantage in this particular class. Just a really nice steer here to land on. I guess between second and third, Blake and I had some discussion. The 1 and 2, he's stout. From every angle you study him, he's big-chested, he's stout-armed, he's big up high, he's big out of his hip. You know, compared to our class leader here, he's a little rougher around every edge. He's a little bit bigger shouldered, a little rougher down his top line. Didn't come with quite as much extension ahead of his shoulder, out of his hip, but we love carcass fundamentals, and that thing is loaded with power. He handles very good. Just a nice steer the young man has done a great job with. Young lady, you're a heck of a showman on this steer in 3, and really from his shoulders back, Blake and I like a lot of things about. He's awesome bodied. He turns aggressively down into the middle part of his body line, back into his flank. His rear view is really impressive. His upper pin set, his lower quarter and stifle, hind leg works correct. When you get up front is where we like to fix him. He's a little shorter necked, but his shoulder's a little bigger and maybe not quite as comfortable in his front foot placement, but that is a very nice steer the young lady has done a great job with. Love his body, love his hip and hind leg. The gray smoke here is good from the side. Long neck, good down his top line, big ended. We wish he matched what he had up high down low. He's a little more fragile in terms of his bone work and his feature, maybe not quite as much lower stifle shape. Beautiful from the side, though, in terms of balance and lines. The young lady steer here, really a big back steer, big ended in terms of his upper pins, lower quarter and stifle. We just got to ask him to be sound or structured. Relax him in his shoulder and his front knee. Relax him in his hock joint there as well. But again, carcass quality, handling quality, all there, especially up high. The shorthorn mark steer, big bodied, real punchy in terms of his muscle up high and out of his hip. A little more swollen in terms of his hock joint. We just got to clean that up, make him a little more sound, but real big bodied, real stout hip. Congratulations. This is a nice steer here as well to catch our last sale spot. Again, carcass fundamentals. He's good in terms of his finish. He's good up high. He's big hipped and big outlined. Just runs out from the side in terms of just look, extension. Like to freshen him up about his head and his neck and his chest, but certainly a big bodied, stout and powerful kind of a steer. This orange steer here, young man, you've got a nice steer. He's real nice from the side in terms of balance and just profile. Just needs to be a little stouter at the ground, a little stouter in terms of muscle shape as well, but really nicely presented here in this tough class. As we work on through these steers, like I just said, this is a tough class. As we work into these upper weights, they're good from the side. They got that initial pull because of their quality and their balance. They just slack a little in terms of skeleton and in terms of fresh muscle shape. Let's go ahead and congratulate all those kids. Really a nice class.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
In Class 84 of the AOCs, the first place was shown by Laney Johnson, Mason County 4-H. Second place steer exhibited by Marshall Ehlers, Canyon, New Braunfels FFA. Third place shown by Riley Wilson, Midland County 4-H. Fourth place shown by Alejandro Mendez of Hebronville FFA. Fifth place exhibited by Ainsley Williams, Van Alstine FFA. Sixth place shown by Peyton King, McKinney FFA. And seventh place shown by Caden Smotherman of Grayson County 4-H. AOC Class 86, you can be bringing your steers forward toward the classification area, please. Once again, Class 86 AOCs, be moving your steers forward, please.
Really a nice class here as Blake and I work through these. Again, great job by these kids. This is a good class, and I think, some little differences are sorting them here just in terms of skeleton. I think we got to be real critical as we work in these heavier weights, just in terms of freshness. And these couple in here, maybe a little staler about their head, the crest of their neck, and down into their chest. Certainly the basics are there, a body shape and muscle. This one here is actually real fresh in terms of expression of shape over his loin edge, his upper and lower hip. He just needs more bone work to match what he's got up high. Young lady here is doing a nice job, pretty smooth finish here, just needs more muscle. Pair of orange steers here that are pretty good in terms of bone work and feature and foot size. They just need to be a little fresher. Young man here in the cowboy hat does a heck of a job of getting this thing shown, and he's real close for Blake and I. He handles very good. He's pretty stout, pretty powerful out of his hip. Just a little plainer from the side, maybe doesn't get up and go quite as good. Heck of a good class here. These kids continue to impress us in terms of their hard work and dedication to getting here. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause.
Steer exhibitors, Class 86. We are needing 5 steers. Again, Class 86 AOC. We need steer 360938, steer 362123, steer 365355, steer 367432, and steer 363554. Again, if you have a steer that is in Class 86 AOC, we need your steers brought forward. Again, steer number 360938, 362123, steer 365355, steer 367432, and steer 363554. Please bring those steers forward.
In case you were out getting a corn dog on the Midway or a lemonade, things are heating up in here just a little bit. But I'm going to be forthright with you. It never crossed Kendall and I's mind not to start this calf right here as we turned him and watched him go. And you get him off to the side. He's the epitome of balance. He's so good in terms of his lines and his proportionality. He's square in terms of his feet. His hind leg is good, and he's fresh when you get your hands on him. And he's still youthful and attractive up through his front end. But yet he looks like a market steer, and he handles like one as well. His proportionality, his softness of his rear rib and flank, the way he sets down on his rear joints suits me to a T. And again, you know, that we got another class, I understand that, but there's deep water out here. But I think he gets right away with it. Just the way he's made in terms of his forerib, back into his flank, and when you get your hands on him, like Kendall commented, he just handles smooth as glass. Smooth as glass with muscle, good over his ribs. It's just hard to pick a big hole in that steer. That's a good calf there to lead off this class. The one and second is huge topped. He's powerful out of his hip. He's really aggressive over the edge of his loin. You get behind him, he's wide in his pin set, thick in through his quarter. It just becomes a couple things for us that sorts him to second. You watch him come right at you. He's a little more open about his shoulder. He doesn't square up on his front feet quite as good. Same goes for his rear feet. When you watch him go away from you, he needs to be squared up just a little bit. But the calf is so powerful, so shapely, so dimensional. You know, he's probably not as fresh as the steer that starts the class as you study him up through his front end. But that doesn't bother me as much as I just need to rework him just a shot structurally in comparison to our steer that wins the class. A lot of classes we'd have been glad to have this one in there to win. He just ran into kind of a buzzsaw there, and the calf that leads off. It's a good steer in third. I think one of the better third-place steers we've had over 3 days of judging. You change his hip, and you just lengthen his hip a little bit. He's a really fresh-fronted steer. He's a little coarser down in through his elbow and the bottom base of his shoulder. I didn't think he moved quite as good when you asked him to get out and go in comparison to especially our winner. I think there's trade-offs back and forth between second and third structurally. At the end of the day, it's his hip. It's right in behind his shoulder for Kendall and I where we need to bust him open just a little bit and tweak him. But again, a very, very good calf that landed in a really nice class. Good solid steer here in fourth. You got to like his type and his kind. He just gets swallowed up by those 3 buzzsaws up on the front end. in terms of width and muscle, but he's fundamentally correct. He's got a good hind leg. You know, I don't think his color pattern really helps him a lot, but you got to look through that. He's just still a real fundamentally good kind of a steer. Just probably doesn't have that extra wow factor and pizzazz of those top three. The white calf that comes in 5, as we took that last lap, he probably gets in the most trouble, specifically there between 4 and 5 structurally. But the calf has a nice shape to him. He's good down his top and in his underpinning. Probably just one that as you watch him go off of his rear skeleton, we just need to make him just a notch more mobile. The red and white steer that comes out next, big-footed and heavy-structured, like his power and like his spread. He gets a little stiffer on his rear leg in comparison to some of these other steers. He just needs a little more set to his hock and bend there from behind, but still a quality calf that fell into a very tough class. This young man did a good job. This steer is just real solid. Now, again, he doesn't blow you away in any one area, but he's fundamentally correct. He's a carcass-focused calf, maybe just a tick staler as we get our hands on him in relation to some of his counterparts out here, but he did a heck of a job battling out here with kids a little more seasoned than him from an age standpoint, but you wouldn't know it because he really did a good job getting his calf set up. A nice white steer here that just wants to open in his knee, need to change him on his front feet just a little bit. In a class this tough, he falls just a little deficient in terms of his look from the profile. You get on down the line, these are still really good steers, big-bodied, powerful one here that's just got a little neck. This calf just needs a little more touch and tone, but he's got a nice look from the side. A black calf here that needs more power, but we like his proportionality. And 3 still very well-fed, well-presented steers that these kids brought to town. So let's give them a good round of applause as they had a good class and a very good winner.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Attention in the barn, we have had a black iPhone returned to us here to the announcer stand. So if you have lost your phone, you can come up this direction and pick it up. And as we move to our final class today, this is Class 86. This is the heavyweights of the AOC, ranging in weight from 1,400 to 1,500 pounds. This class has 33 entries. loose steer, west fence. And in Class 85 of the AOCs, first place was shown by Jet James, Wise County 4-H. Second place, exhibited by Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. Third place, Brandolyn Barrio of Midland County 4-H. Fourth place, Cooper Way of Wilson County 4-H. Fifth place shown by Sadie Wampler, Randall County 4-H. Sixth place shown by Austin Sanders, Iowa Park FFA, and seventh place shown by Bubba Pennington of Nueces County 4-H.
We have made it to the final class here on day 3 of the steer show, and I think this is a very, very solid class. Very good, and we're circling out some cattle that maybe could have gotten pulled if they were just a little bit smaller in terms of weight, but I think good kind of practical made steers. This one here is big up high, is big out of his hip, just a little staler, maybe a little past 12 o'clock in terms of his handle quality. Neat colored one here. Young man, you've done a great job. Skin and hair's on point, big hip, big ended, big stifled. He's with that. He's a little bigger shouldered, maybe not quite as comfortable in motion. Really a smooth handling, couple 3 steers here that are awesome in terms of finish quality, maybe just not quite as comfortable in motion, maybe a little coarser in terms of their joint work. Some good looking, bigger made steers, bigger outline steers that are neat ahead of their shoulder, real long and strong down their top line. It's when you get to their hip is where they're just a little flatter down into the base of their stifle. Really a good bodied kind of a steer here that's actually pretty fresh up high. It's when you get in behind him is where Blake and I just would like to make him stouter in terms of his upper hip, stouter in terms of his lower quarter and stifle, but certainly a quality steer. We get into some more here that are big body. This one here is big at the surface in terms of feature and foot size, actually pretty sound structured. He's just a little staler in terms of his head, his crest, down into his chest and his handle. Love his limbs, love his feature, love his extra bone. A really nice pair here to land on, just good kind of basic, good fat steers that just are a little plain in terms of kind and muscle. Again, it's been a really fun day as we work through a really good top pair or top end of this particular class. Let's congratulate all the kids that have been through the ring on day 3.
A good but challenging way to end out our AOC shows here in what we'll call the heavyweight class, super heavyweights as you get them out here. There's some big stout oxes out here in terms of power and dimension and substance. Sure like those things about them. Probably one of the closer placings Kendall and I have had all week here is this top pair. And again, we tossed them back and forth, and we go back and forth on them. And I can see advantages for this steer. I can see advantages for that steer. I think both of them you can tweak in an area or two, and that's what makes it close between them. At the end of the day, for me, I made the call that this one, to me, is just a little fresher when you get your hands on him up over his top. The steer is really good in terms of his smoothness of handle. I like the consistency of his travel in terms of his movement compared to the steer that comes in second. He's a little truer in the way that his knee sits onto his body. He's a little square on his front feet as well. Now, when you get off to this calf from the three-quarter view, I'd blend his shoulder into him a little better, and I'd bust him open in his forerib just a notch, and that's where the calf behind him has an advantage. So it's interesting to me that this one is a little square on his front feet because he separates a little more up into his shoulder. But again, I think there's discussion between this pair. I like his hind leg construction. Hey, muscle's a wash. They both got plenty of muscle. That to me is not an issue. But I think freshness here, hind leg build, is what gives this steer the advantage. This yellow one is a Mack truck as you get up on top of him. Love his dimension. I love the way he feeds out of the back of his shoulder over the edge of his loin as well. We made that last pull, and you watch him come right at you. Again, just he sets a little wider up through his front end, and, you know, obviously he's going to for as much power as he has. But as you make that call between those two, that was the deciding factor for me. Again, Kendall, she could go either way. She kind of left it up to me, and I made the call on these two. I like them both. I think you can kick them back and forth. Hey, in a judging contest, they'd be about a 2-point cut. So got to hope you get the right reasons taker to give you a good score on those. The white calf here is deep-bodied and practical. I just didn't think he had enough muscle at the end of the day. Hey, I liked him on the pole. I like his hind leg athleticism. I like his shoulder angle. When you get your hands on him, he just didn't shape up aggressively like those top pair did. He's just a little spongier in terms of his handle, not as busted open and cracked open in terms of his muscle, but I like that calf. I like his basic build. I like his utility. All those things are good. He's not as impressive in his front view and as you watch him go from behind in terms of muscle. This one does have more muscle, no doubt about it. A high cutability steer, big top, big ended, like all those things. His depth of twist, his quarter and his stifle, all good. Of our initial 4 cattle, he's the one that probably struggles the most from a structure standpoint, off of his front end, from behind. Very, very good steer that's going to be high cutability as endpoint. I like this calf hip forward. He's a little mechanical in his hind leg, but his front 2/3 are really good. Another really good touching steer. When you get your hands on him, he's fresh. He's good over his ribs. You know, again, we're starting to climb the ladder and some maturity and weight here, but that calf still has freshness to him. We got to rework his hind leg, lengthen his hip, especially from hooks to pins, see him grab the ground a little differently. Just a big-bodied, useful kind of a steer to come out next. A little coarser up in through his chest floor. Nickel more set out in his shoulder. Young lady that comes next, just a real useful kind of a steer. He's not going to blow you away from the side, but I thought he was just really solid as we started melting him down and picking a few off here to get into the sale spots. The Baldy here is a good calf. One that, again, just a little crestier about his neck, a little plainer fronted, but still a very, very solid steer. Nice calf here. We just needed a shot more muscle at the end of the day to get him up any higher, and a pair of good steers to close out that are well fed and well presented. They just hit a real tough class here in our final set of these AOCs. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
In the Champions Drive for other crosses, out of Class 81, first place went to Caroline Vincent, Lavernia FFA. Out of Class 82, first place was shown by Cole Young, Kendall County 4-H. Class 83, first place shown by Hubbard Kinsey of Coryell County 4-H. Class 84, we have Laney Johnson of Mason County 4-H. Class 85 shown by Jet James of Wise County 4-H. And in Class 86, first place shown by Jet Hale of Miami FFA. In Class 81, second place was shown by Steely Gotcher of Taylor County 4-H. Class 82, second place, Jackson Brooks, Midland County 4-H. In Class 83, second place shown by Gianna Hivner of Agriculture Science and Tech. Class 84, second place shown by Marshall Ehlers of Canyon, New Braunfels. Class 85, second place, exhibited by Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H. And Class 86, second place shown by Bryceland Patsky of Idalou, FFA.
Well, we get to our last breed drive here of day 3 of the steer show, and just a tremendous amount of fun. Blake and I have had I can't stress this enough. Every kid that showed to us, my hat's off, both of us. We congratulate you guys. This is a feat in itself, just showing at San Antonio. And, you know, we've mentioned it several times on the microphone. Every kid that we handled and talked to, every steer that came in, we talked to the kid. They were polite. They were professional. You guys should be so proud of the kids you are raising here in Texas because there's a lot bigger things in life than just showing cattle, but this is a driving force and what those kids are going to do later on in life, and you guys should be dang proud of every kid that showed here this week. I'll save some of my words here. I know we got a grand drive here in a little bit. But I've had a ton of fun with Blake. I've been blessed to have some really good judging coaches throughout my career, and Blake being one of them. He was my coach. I assisted with him at OSU for 2.5 years. I know this is day 3 for us. One of us would weigh out of a heavyweight drive, and the other one has a broken back. I'll let you figure out who's who there. But I'll tell you what, we have had so much fun, guys. We're out here laughing, and we're enjoying sorting through the kids and the cattle. And that's, this atmosphere is just so much fun. You guys, the entire staff of San Antonio, I'll list them later. You guys know who you are. You guys make this show so enjoyable for us, but even more enjoyable for the kids, and you run it so smooth. So I'll keep it short and brief. I'll let Blake do the talking here. But this AOC drive is very good. We conclude on a very high note as we look forward to the evening. Thank you guys for the opportunity. Thank you to the kids. Thank you to the staff. Thanks to Blake. Let's congratulate these kids.
Well, I'll echo a lot of the same sentiments that Kendall had about the thank yous. There's just a lot of people to thank, and we'll save that for later. But you know, for me, it's just a real opportunity, a great opportunity to come down here and share an opinion with you. And that's all it is an opinion, and everybody gets worked up and they get huffy. And, hey, I'm a show parent. I get it too. But there's another show, and I heard about what happened. My brother-in-law and my sister were filling me in on what happened yesterday with a sheep exhibitor, and it kind of puts things in perspective real fast for you on what matters. And I get we all want to win. I understand that. I'm just as competitive as anybody. But, you know, at the end of the day, you got to think about your purpose and your passion and some perspective. And I think those things really matter. And you get out to this AOC drive, hey, it's been good. There's been close calls. There's been tough calls. And we tried to tell you what we saw in them the best that we could. Doesn't mean you have to agree. But one thing I always tell my own kids, you know, if we get beat and they tell us why, I'm good with that. And so that's what we tried to do. Doesn't mean you have to agree. Kendall, I would not call her the associate judge. She's the co-judge. And I truly mean that. I value her opinion. You know, I've been fortunate to coach some of the greats, and she is definitely on my Mount Rushmore that I had as a coach. And past that, she's a valued friend of mine. It doesn't mean we always agree on things in life. It doesn't matter if it's personal things or in the show ring or whatever the case may be, but I value her opinion a great deal. But she's a real good one. She could do this on her own. She didn't need to be the co-judge out here by any means. So give Kendall a good round of applause if you would. In case you were wondering, she's the one with the broken back. I'm sure you had a hard time figuring out which one of us was going to weigh out if we were a bear. That would definitely be me. But this has been a heck of a show. I'm not going to re-talk them, but I'm just going to be forthright with you. Those that know me know I don't beat around the bush. I'll tell you exactly what I think, whether you like it or not. I'll give you my opinion because I'm pretty confident in my opinion. There's one out here that wins, and if you don't think he does, then that's because you don't own him. In our opinion, he's easy. He's a really, really good calf. He's got balance. He's got symmetry. He's got quality. He handles fresh as a daisy. He's the right weight. He's the right frame size. He's really sound. He's a very good steer. Orange one is our champion AOC. Congratulations to him.
And the champion 2026 other cross is Jet James, Wise County 4-H. We will lead in this second place steer out of Class 5. That is Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H.
We think it's razor thin here for reserve in this trio of steers in the back. I think all three of them are in contention here. The yellow calf that wins Class 4, I really like his build and his design. He's a calf that's really good in terms of his proportionality. His structure is good. The calf gets around the ring with some flexibility. Is he as thick and is he as wide and is he as opened up as the two steers behind him? I would say that is where you need to make that call for yourself. But I like the calf's build. I like his balance. I think he's one that handles fresh. You know, again, he's not as aggressive in his shape. And again, if you put him on the end of the hook, he's probably not going to measure up like these other two, but he gives up a lot of weight. He's a quality steer. Calf that was second in class, handles extremely well. Down his top, he's really good over his hip. He's really good over his final ribs. The deciding factor in that class on that steer was he wasn't quite as square to the ground as the steer that ends up being our eventual champion, AOC. And again, we talked about him up and through his front end a little bit in relation. I've talked about this too. I'm not a neck freak, but when you have one that looks like that and has all the proportionality and is still good necked, then he's one to tie to. But this calf has a lot of good things about him. We like the pair of heavyweights, and we thought they were very, very close in class. This calf's really good off of his hind leg. We talked about he's one that's pretty fresh in his top. You got to ask yourself, do you think the point of his shoulder is good enough right in there behind his shoulder? Is that busted open enough? And I think that's the decision you have to make. I think you easily could have swapped that pair and used the yellow one depending on where you wanted to set some priorities. So, hey, we think it's really close out here. I don't know that there's a perfect answer as you think about going for reserve, but Kendall and I are going to talk about him here in just a second, and we're going to get you reserve AOC. But let's give him a good round of applause. It's been a heck of a show. We'll get you a reserve champion.
And reserve champion shown by Mason Grady, Johnson County 4-H.